Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome to some Tuesday sprints. At least I think it's Tuesday. It is Tuesday, right? Yes. Okay. Whew. I'm a few minutes late because we added a litter box to my bathroom, and we have jugs of water that we fill up with tap water to keep the water dish full in there. And one of them apparently has a hole in it, so we were cleaning up the water that was all over the floor. So my mom's go, quick, grab some paper towels. So I'm running to get her paper towels as she's like trying to keep it contained. It was so much fun. We weren't real worried about it until Lola decided that she was going to exclusively hang out in our spare bedroom, and she won't go to the litter boxes in the kitchen right now. So we added another box down here just for her so that she's got plenty of places to go. Anywho, how are you all doing? You did. You beat me to my own sprints. Will wonders never cease. I think I should edit, right? Like, I should definitely edit. Because I'm only 2 vlogs behind. So I should definitely edit, right? Hello, Lily. How are you doing today? And Phoenix says hello as well. As does Nicole to me, Phoenix, and Lily. And a hello to Phoenix from Lily. Sounds like Adventures in Living with Cats. It is, for sure. We had, when we had all of those UTIs, we replaced all of the litter boxes. And we had a covered one that has just been sitting there that we haven't put out because we were trying to figure out where we wanted to put it. Because we kind of rejigged where our litter boxes were and stuff. So we were like debating what we wanted to do with it. It just never got put out. And we were noticing that the litter boxes down here were filling up a lot faster than they usually do. Because usually they use the ones in the other room. Because we have 2 spaces where there were litter boxes. Well, 3. Because there's one in the spare room, one in the bathroom, and then the other room where the rest of the litter boxes are. And usually they use that one. So we were looking at these ones going, why are they getting so full? And then we realized it was because Lola was not leaving down here. And so we were like, crap, we should probably add in an extra litter box because the other cats do use these ones. And then with her having no choice, if we don't get to them immediately, she's having to use some not great litter. So we fixed that. And then of course, as I'm trying to get on top of things and fill up a jug, of course one sprung a leak. And of course, this is happening right as I'm getting ready to start sprints. Wouldn't have it any other way. Let's see. Nicole is starting yellow. I'm trying to convince myself that the smart move is to spend a couple sprints editing. And some more hellos, this time to Nicole. Hi, everyone. Hope you're all doing well today. Glad I made it to sprints today. It is nice to see you, Talonda. How have you been? You're working on your reread of Salem's Lot by Stephen King. Hopefully you're enjoying your reread. I've been having a rough day, so I'm glad for the company. Not sure what I want to do quite yet, though. Fair. I'm actually having a really good day. Don't ask me why. I woke up in a great mood this morning, and so far everything is going, like, swimmingly. I keep joking that, like, look what I accomplished when I get rid of, like, 77 pounds of hair. I think it's the haircut. I really do think it's a haircut. So, I've got it buzzed in the back. I don't know how well y'all can see that, but I buzzed the back and a little bit, just a teeny bit on the sides. And then I cut off, I'll pull it down. I cut off a decent chunk of the rest of it. So like when I have it down, you can't see that I buzzed it, but my goodness, has it made a huge difference because there's just so much less hair. But you can see I still have a significant amount of hair on my head. But I'm warm right now, so we're putting my hair back up. In a very, very messy bun because I'm not doing anything fancy. But I also love going like this when it's buzzed, so I feel like I made a really good decision. But it's made me feel completely different. And it was really cool because I went in not knowing what I wanted. So me and the woman that cuts my hair, we we worked together, and she was like, well, why don't we start with this? And then we decided we wanted to bring the back up a little bit more because it looked a little bit odd. So we did that. And then she was like, well, why don't we start off taking off like an inch? Do you want it shorter? And like she did a really good job of getting me where I wanted to go, even though I went in not knowing what I wanted. And another hello. 2 hellos. Of course, I can see it all happening, kind of laughing, but in a being able to relate to the craziness. Yeah, it is definitely one of those, like, of course, when I'm supposed to be doing sprints, that's when we're swapping out litter boxes, moving things around, and having a jug spring a leak. It is now currently sitting in the shower because the jug is completely full, and it's like a very slow leak. Like, it's not a huge leak, but like we've got it sitting in the shower so that way if as the water comes out, it's just going down the drain. I love the name Lola for a pet. I had sugar gliders in the past, and one was named Lola. I had no responsibility in naming Lola. I had a friend who, Lola and Bun were sisters that she brought in, and then she had to move, and she had 4 cats and could only take 2 of them. And so we ended up paying for boarding at the local vet for them, for Lola and Bun, because she wanted to keep her boys with her. Because one was older and not like going to die any day now, but like was in rougher shape, so she didn't want to board him. And then the other one was like the first cat she had as an adult, and so like very much wanted to keep him with her. I figured the girls would do better together since they were litter mates. And she was hoping to be able to find a place soon. And so we were paying for boarding, and it was like $17 a day times 2 cats, and we did it for weeks. So we spent so much money on boarding these cats while she was looking for a place, because she was going to just put them down. And we went, no. If you're looking for a place and it's only going to be a few weeks, we'll pay for boarding. Like, don't put these cats down. They were like maybe 2. And I don't think in reality she was trying real hard to find a new place. And she kept telling us that she was like looking, and we couldn't keep affording to board them. So we brought them into our house thinking it was only going to be another week or 2. And we were like, you can come see them. Like, you know, this way you can come over, you can hang out, visit the cats. And she never once came to see them. And then eventually she just kind of ghosted me. So I ended up with 2 cats that I hadn't planned on having. Needless to say, I haven't spoken to her in years because she ghosted me. I would see her every once in a while, and if she needed something, like a ride somewhere, she might call me, but like she didn't call to like hang out or visit or anything like that. So it felt very much like I used you until you were no longer convenient for me, and I no longer had any use for you. So then I said, peace, I'm out. Wahoo, for a good day for Chris. Yes, it has been. We're hoping that I can continue that momentum on sprints. Hi, Lily and Phoenix. Doing okay. Been in a reading slump, so hopefully I can get some reading done today. I wish you luck with that. Reading slumps are not fun. Looks great. So many options. Yes, like I said, I can wear it down and you never know I did anything. I can toss it up. I can even go with like a high bun, like way up here. Like, it's just so nice. And I was like, last night it was chilly. And I'm like, why am I so cold? Like, it's not that cold out. And then I realized that the breeze I was feeling on the back of my neck was because I cut off a bunch of my hair. Oh, I know. We feel like we took probably a little over half of it. And I mean, look at the amount of hair I still have left. And I'm like, I don't know how I was functioning with all of that hair. No wonder washing it was such a pain in the butt. Still debating choppy for my hair. Well, I can tell you for me, it was the absolute right decision. Anyways, that was so nice of you guys to help the cats. They had already put down a like 18-month-old cat that they had because it didn't adapt well to her having a baby. And they didn't tell me until after they did it, because I was like, excuse me, what? And I was not okay with that. I was like horrified. So when this came up, I was immediately like, no, absolutely not. This is not a thing that is happening. And so they ended up with us, and they've been with us ever since. And that was probably like 8 years ago. I mean, lovely might be a stretch. Neither one of them. Well, Bun loves everybody. Bun loves High Highs. Um, Bun does not like Bugsy. Mainly because Bugsy, especially when he was younger, had I think a bit of a crush on her, and she did not want to make friends. And he was like very aggressive about it, I think, which did not help. But you know who is buddies with Bun and is shocking? Rocky. Bun will go over and insist Rocky give her a bath. So of all the cats, if you had told me Bun that would have gotten along with Rocky, that would have shocked me prior to actually seeing it in action. And Lola is very independent. Like, she is very picky about how you pet her and when you pet her. And she doesn't love me because I am the person that stuffs her in the cat carrier and puts the drops in her ears and makes her take her medicine. So she's very hesitant to let me pet her because she assumes anytime I'm coming at her, no matter how often I pet her, she assumes that I'm coming in there to give her medicine or coming near her to give her medicine. I do like putting my hair up for cleaning. It just gets it out of my face. And like, you're cleaning stuff, your hands you have chemicals on them, or they're getting, dust or grime on them. You don't want that in your hair. So it's easier to just stick it up. Like, I wanted that balance of still being able to put it up and get it out of my face when needed, and yet, not having to deal with quite as much. And I feel like it is a very like gender neutral leaning masculine haircut, which definitely helps with the gender dysphoria. It's more of an issue to how to go about Choppy Choppy at this point. That's fair. I can see that. Bun and Rocky, that's adorable. Yes. They are very, very cute together. He also plays with Coco, or not Coco, Cloudy. See, too many cats with too many similar names. So he plays with Cloudy. He sometimes plays with Porky. Bugsy liked him a lot more before he started coming in and hanging out in my bed and getting high highs from me. I think Bugsy is jealous and isn't enjoying sharing me. Cielo does not like him. Cielo and Donner bully him. Despite the fact that he's bigger than them, he is like the softest, sweetest, most gentle cat. I think he plays a bit rough because he was outdoors, and the outdoor cats, I think, were a bit rougher with him. And he was outside with Chester before we brought Chester in, and he used to be affectionate with Chester, and Chester would nip at him, not trying to hurt him, but like saying like back off. And I don't think Rocky got the message. I think he thought it was a sign of affection. So I think Rocky has done that to a few of the cats, and they just don't understand that he's trying to be affectionate. He does it to us sometimes too. Like, he's not biting hard. He's just, almost giving you like a love nip. And so she's something else. Like, seeing all of the interactions with the various cats. So he tries, but he and Cloudy play a lot, which is nice for Cloudy because Donner and Cielo also bully Cloudy. Your hair is currently in a bun on the top of my head. Mine's right here. And most of the color got cut. I didn't want to put color in until I was sure that I was at a length I liked. So we're going to give it a bit, see if I like the length, and then go kind of from there, because that just gives me more options. You're still trying to decide what to do. I think I should edit, right? Like, I definitely should edit, because we all know I hate editing. So this is a good time that will help me focus on actually getting through a chunk of my editing. And then I can read. You do. I do. I mean, I know you also really like Bugsy and Cielo, who are currently sleeping in my bed, but Rocky's my little baby boy. He's a 15-pound ball of mush. My cat named Cloudy is a big sweetheart. Again, soft, gentle. He is gray with bits of white, and the reason he got the name Cloudy is because Peanut had a litter, and Donner is his litter mate, And Donner is like a calico. She's got like or a tortoiseshell or whatever. I don't know which one she is, but she's black and orange. And anytime I've had a black and orange cat, I've named them something related to Christmas because the very first cat I ever got was a tortoiseshell from Santa Claus that I named Noel. So when I saw Blitzy, I named Blitzy is short for Blitzen. And then when I saw Donner, I went, oh, Donner, Blitzen. I went with some of the less traditional reindeer names. And then I realized that Donner is like thunder in German. And so I named the rest of that litter Cloudy, Thunder, and Drizzle. Because I thought I was being funny. Because I technically had 2 cats named Thunder. It's just one was like German. So that's how Cloudy got his name, because he was gray and white and kind of reminded me of like storm clouds, because like Stormy's name is Stormcloud. That was his full name because it's a shade of gray, and we just shortened it to Stormy. So it's a bit of an ode to that too. Drizzle and Thunder unfortunately did not make it because, again, they were born outside and I can only do so much from the porch when Mama won't let me touch the kittens, but I got those 2. We agree, get the editing out of the way. It does make it easier. And it gives me like set breaks. I'm like, I only have to do this for 30 minutes and then I can chat for a little bit. Very cute. Love the naming process. It is. I have a whole, like, there is not a cat in this house that doesn't have a reason. Well, except for Lola and Bun, because I had absolutely no, like, I didn't name them, but every other cat I have has a reason I named the cat what I did. Like, Nuggy is short for Nugget. And that's because she was like a stray we found on the porch, and we just kept calling her the little Nugget, because we didn't want to name her, and the name Nugget stuck. And then we shortened it to Nuggy. Stormy got his name because in his litter there were 3 gray kittens, so I named them all different shades of gray. So it was Storm, Ash, and Wolf, the little Wolfie. I think there was a longer name for that at the time, but I don't remember now. But I looked up like shades of gray names, like for shades of gray. Coco is short for coconut because I had been naming all of the kittens that were born to Peanut outside of Stormy's litter after nuts, because Peanut. And I got to his litter, and I had 2 gray kittens, so I named them after shades of gray. I had 2 cats that looked like Peanut, so I named them Acorn and Coconut, because those were the 2 nuts I had left, which I thought was a little funny nod to Acorn doesn't have the word nut in it, and Coconut I don't think is like a traditional nut, but it does have the word nut in it. And then the other 2, one of them, they looked similar. I had like 2 gray, 2 that looked exactly like Peanut, and then I had 2 that looked like each other, and they looked more like Porky and Beanie. And I named them Jaguar and Bobcat because they looked very wild with their patterns and their coloring, which we ended up shortening to Jag and Bob. And then Cielo got her name because I had followed a like Jaguar sanctuary at the time, and they had a black Jaguar there named Cielo, and Cielo was the run of her litter, and I went, I'm going to give you a nice strong name. So that's where hers came from. Porky's came from pork, bean, and bacon. I don't remember why we came up with, like, I think my neighbor came up with it and was, like, making a joke of, like, there's 3 of them. It's, like, pork, beans, and bacon, and that kind of stuck, and it was really funny because Porky is such a skinny cat, and he got this, you know, the name Porky. And then, obviously, Beanie is Beaner. So Beans became Beaner and Beanie. And then, fun fact, Bacon became Chicken Shit, and Chicken Shit is Bugs' mom. And then Bugsy was originally Babylon. I had picked a 5 Saw song to name him after. And it just didn't seem to fit him. And like my dad was trying to shorten it to Babby, and I didn't like it. And I just kept looking at him and going, this doesn't feel like you. And I started switching more to like Bugs. I don't remember why I came up with Bugs, but like one day I was looking at him going like Bugs, like Bugsy, like that 20s vibe. And then like Bugs Bunny. So that's how Bugsy got his name. I think I've hit everybody. I don't think I missed anybody because I did Doug. I explained Lola and Bun and how I had nothing to do with that. Stormy and Coco, Cielo and Blitzy, Donner and Cloudy, Porky and Beanie, Bugs. I'm missing 2. How am I missing 2? Well, Rocky's name came because my dad thought he was a raccoon the first time he saw him because of his tail. And there's a song called Rocky Raccoon, and that's where Rocky came from. So we are jokingly calling our raccoons right now Bullwinkles for Rocky and Bullwinkle. Who am I missing? Lola and Bun, Cielo and Blitzy, Donner and Cloudy, Stormy and Coco, Porky and Beanie, Nuggy, Rocky, Bugs. Okay, no, I've got them all. When there's this many cats, you lose track. Let me catch us on some comments now that I've given you the entire history behind the names of my kitties. Lily said, I like that. Mary is here. Hello, Mary. It is nice to see you again. We have some hellos from Mary. And Mary saying hello and waving at the lurkers. There's also reason behind the naming of My Furry Loves. I feel like most people have a reason for choosing the name that they choose. LOL at pork beans and bacon. And I still think it's absolutely hilarious that the skinniest, lankiest cat I have is named Porky. Also love how names morph through time. Happens all the time with me too. Same. I think my favorite is I had a cat named S'more because I was in a phase where all of my cats were named after some sort of food. So I had Creamsicle, I had S'more, and I had Oreo. And S'more became Ski. Because we started going S'more Ski, and then she just became Ski. So, her paperwork at the vet said S'more, but we called her Ski. Creamy was just became like Creamsicle became Creamy. Oreo was probably one of the few cats that never got a nickname. Same with Noelle. And then I had 2 Luckies, both of which I rescued from really like the first one. I was like 12, and he was outside, and we found him, and we ended up having to rush him to like the local like SPCA because. And we later found, because he had like blood on his head, we later found out that he had an aneurysm that blew, and if we hadn't brought him, he would have died. This was the first instance where I found out that cats could be allergic to fleas because we ended up having to put him down because he got fleas and it got bad. And because he was allergic, by the time we got him in to treat him for these fleas that were suddenly just, it was like one day he barely had any, and then all of a sudden he was covered in them and was struggling, and we ended up having to let him go. And then the second Lucky was one that we found outside, and nobody was taking care of him. We found out he had an enlarged heart. We were told he would have like 6 months to live. He also had really bad allergies, so he sneezed everywhere. So to this day, there is still Lucky Snot on my walls where like he sneezed, we didn't notice it, and it like hardened on and we can't get it off because he just had such bad allergies that he'd be sitting there and then all of a sudden he would sneeze and you would go like this. You didn't want food around him because he was just everywhere. He was supposed to live like 6 months tops. He lived like 6 years. So I named him Lucky as well. And then our white cat, we named Casper because he was like the friendliest cat. So Casper, and he was all white. So Casper, the friendly ghost. I think that's every cat I've ever had. I don't think I'm missing anybody. But yeah, it is interesting because like Cielo's become Ellie. Like I'm sure y'all have heard me call her Ellie. Sometimes she's Ciely. Blitzen is Blitzy. Donner gets a Donner. Cloudy will also respond to my handsome Husker because he's got that traditional gray and white and does a head tilt. so he gets a Handsome Husker nickname. They all have nicknames, by the way. Like, especially if we want to talk about them without them knowing, like, without using their names so we don't disturb them. So, Bugs is Sir Hiss-a-Lot. Porky is Longtail. Cielo is Shadow because she likes to follow me around. Donner is Bully because she's a bully. Obviously, Cloudy is Handsome Husker. Stormy is Whiny because he whines. Coco is Whiny Jr. because he's a little mini Stormy. Blitzy is Squeaky because when you pat her, she often squeaks. Lola is Showgirl. Bunny is Rabbit because Rabbit is another name for a bunny. So we have all these names for. I'm sure I'm forgetting a few. Oh, Beanie is Sphinx. She likes to lay in a Sphinx pose. So we have all these names for kitties that are not their names so that they won't know we're talking about them. That's a lot of cats and interesting naming stories. I love hearing out how people came up with the names and why they chose the names that they did. Maybe, possibly, but yes. Okay, we're going to get into our first sprint so you all can read and I can edit because as you can see, I don't want to. So let's kick off this first sprint and I will see you all in 30. How'd we do? I still have 39 minutes to edit in the vlog that the oldest vlog, which is end of August. However, there was a point in that vlog that reminded me that if I went to the clip I filmed to end last week's vlog, that I knew that there was just a couple of times where I was like trying to say something and it just wouldn't come out of my mouth right. And I was like, well, this is fresh in my mind. I should just go edit that out because I know it's there rather than getting frustrated when I get to editing that vlog. So I went over to the other vlog basically and edited that. I also pulled up my Phase 10 doc, phase out your TBR. I'm trying to write a Google Doc with all the rules, and I was just gazing at that too during that sprint because I'm trying to get that down because I would like that video to go out this weekend. So I need to get all of my ducks in an order, like in a row for that. And of course, now that my hair is short, I'm going to constantly play with it. So if that annoys you, I apologize. Let's see. Phoenix says, you've got this. Happy whatever it is you're doing this sprint. See you in half an hour. Yes. I've got this. Sure. I didn't purposely, Phoenix, go edit a different video that I knew would be easier to edit because everything was fresh in my head so that I could avoid editing the video I needed to edit first. Hey there, I'm reading 1984 for the first time for a book club. It's a little too on the nose for this moment in time, but I'm going to stick with it so I can discuss it at the meeting. Graceful. Very graceful, Cielo. Also during that sprint, I had a terrifying moment when Rocky decided to come over and then stand on my computer, and Cielo is here. I want to read 1984, but I'm worried that it'll really mess with my headspace because, like you said, too on the nose. So I've been avoiding it. But I had a cat interruption during that too, where Rocky came in and was trying to get high highs, and then Bugsy came over because I was patting my lap, and Rocky couldn't figure out what to do. But then once I had Bugsy on my lap, Rocky looked like he was going to chum up, so I shifted Bugsy, which he wasn't happy about, and then Rocky climbed on me, and then he climbed around on the desk and was on my computer, and he doesn't understand that he can't stand on the keyboard. So I was really worried he was about to bork my stream, but luckily everything seems to have worked out. And Mary said hi to Jane. Hi, Omi. Look who decided to show up for you, Omi. It's Yellow. I've decided I'd sort through paperwork since I've been avoiding it. So I got the dishes done. So does that mean instead of doing your paperwork, you did the dishes instead? And Phoenix is saying hi to Jane and Omi and saying glad you could join us. You're going to be double sprinting. If you keep your chat going till after 5 minutes after, you could keep me from overlapping them. I make no promises. It depends on whether y'all are talking to me. Keep the conversation going, sure. When in the right mood for it, paperwork sorting can be therapeutic. It can. You're such a good girl. And Omi said hi to Phoenix and everyone. And then Phoenix said that they'll be back in about 6 minutes or so. Read nothing that I liked, so apparently I'm playing my TBR game during the next sprint. Fair. I won't be playing my TBR game for another few weeks. But I know you're kind of doing yours more on a read as you go, play as you go kind of basis. You're shedding all over my desk. You know that, right? We have a hello to Omi and Nicole. And oh, what a time to be reading. Yeah, that's my thought. I read 27 pages of Marguerite by the Lake by Carter. Nice. Yes, that is what it means. I wish I was in the sorting paperwork is therapeutic mode. I keep waiting for it. Yeah, that's me with cleaning. Like sometimes I find it very therapeutic and nice and great for my brain as I get rid of some cat hair. And other times it's like, well, I know I need to clean, but I really, really don't want to. Mind the tail. Mind the tail. Hang on, let's pause that. Omi said hi to Mary. So I'm caught up now. I wanted to make sure. So I'm going to pause the timer and I'm going to get back to editing and I will see you all in 30. How'd we do? I have 26 minutes left to edit, which is at least 2 sprints, unfortunately. But that would mean that the only vlog I would have left to edit after that is last week's. So I would be basically caught up if I get through this. I love it when my cats decide keyboard equal bed or place to lay down. Agreed. I think he hasn't really been around my computer much. So he's just not used to, me telling him, no, you can't do that. Whereas a lot of the others spend more time in my room and are far more used to me saying, no, you can't stand on my computer. Keep chatting for at least another 5 minutes, pretty please. Sorry. I hope you can get to therapeutic mode. It is always good when something that is a task you're dreading ends up being therapeutic. Darn, gonna overlap next chat too, meaning I can't properly keep up with either. That sucks. Sorry. And if not, any progress is still progress. Also true. Wait, maybe not. Since she does 25-minute sprints, this might work out. Ooh, it did work out. The chats didn't fall at the same time. Nice. A tiny bit of overlap, less than half a minute. Well, I'm glad that worked out. I did not see your messages until we were already sprinting, and I was like, well, I can't do anything now. I'm not going to interrupt everybody. So I'm glad it ended up working out. You're going to see a lot of this on sprints, me playing with my hair, because I love the way the buzzed bit feels against my hands. Thanks for following along with my mini sprinting drama. You're welcome. Oh. I'm trying to figure out if Omi's still here, because Omi wasn't here when I showed off my hair earlier. Omi has seen the big pile of hair I cut off, but hasn't seen the actual, has seen part of the actual product because my hair was down, but hasn't seen the back part. My allergies have kicked in during that sprint, which is great. I'm thrilled. This is why I don't wear my hair down when I'm filming, because this is what I do with my hair. So if you're ever wondering why I almost always have like a hat on, it's to keep my hands out of my hair. Because it's not so bad when I can see it and I can like fix it, or in a casual setting like this where like, it's not as big a deal, but during sit down videos, it's a little bit harder to be sitting there playing with your hair. Mary read 37 pages. Nice. You spent the time starting to catch up with current events so I can be distracted after. Then sorting might seem like a great switch. I mean, most everything seems better to me than looking at the dumpster fire that is current events right now. So there is that. Can't say to blame you. I also had to go out. My mom is swinging by my nephew's house to drop off the baby bag I put together for the new little one. It was officially a month old. We're just a little behind. But like, we wanted to give them time to be with the new baby, and then they were getting ready to like get the kids back in school. And so we wanted to give them a little bit of breathing room. Playing with your hair is probably just a form of stemming. I hardly notice you doing it. Fair. I'm also somebody who has like a really sensitive scalp, so it feels good to play with my hair. Like, it's very soothing. And especially when I can get my fingers in there now that there's no hair there, I can almost give myself like a scalp massage, which feels really good and relaxing. Which, when you're all tense from anxiety, is very helpful. But it was really annoying because yesterday I was going like this, and like it just kept going and going and going and going. So I don't miss the amount of hair I cut off. I really, really don't. Although my dad was surprised. He thought it was going to be much shorter, like that I was going to cut off a lot more. And I was like, no, not right now. Maybe at some point, but not right now. Because right now I have room for things that I can do with it. Like I could see me going back in a few weeks and tossing some purple and orange in the bottom part of my hair for Halloween. I think it's okay to wait a bit since everyone shows up right after, and I'm sure that can be overwhelming. That was my thought. Is like everybody's going to be coming over to see the new baby and say congratulations, and then like I said, it was running into like, you know, making sure because let's see, they had a bit of a complicated pregnancy, so I think it was kind of touch and go there towards the end of when she was actually going to have the baby. Like, were they going to induce her? And or if they were going to need to induce her. And I think it was days of being in the hospital to keep an eye on things. So it ended up being a longer stay than originally planned. So I think that was also part of my thought process of I don't know if they got everything done they needed to for school before that. So just give them a little bit of space. You either need so short it won't get my face or long enough to be put up and back. Yep. That in between stage sucks. I vote for Bird. Phoenix votes for Valley. Mary votes for Bird. I definitely vote for Bird. We love birds here. We have a couple of baby bluebirds right now, and they are struggling to figure out how to get, like, they found the seed. They can climb into the feeder, but they can't figure out what to do with the seed. Like, I keep watching them pick it up and drop it because they can't figure out how to, like, eat it. So it's been really, really interesting because the parent bird was feeding them, and now the parent bird is squawking at them like, go away. And today it was really funny because the two of them were there, and like a chickadee flew by, and they started crying at the chickadee like the chickadee was going to stop and feed them. So I thought that was really, really cute. So I've loved watching the baby birds out the window. So of course I'm going to vote for Bird. I'm also already planning next year. Like I want to get 2 more pole feeders, one for near the lilac bushes out back, and then one for up front by where my library is. But also I have in front of my house I have all of these rose bushes. Like my little free library that I finally got is in front of the rose bushes. And so I thought it would be cool to have one there. And then I have one on either, well, I have 2 on this side of my house and 1 on that side. And this side has a lilac bush in between them, so they've got somewhere to land. But then on the other side, there's just nothing. And they took down, like it was right next, like right near a tree, but they ended up taking that tree down. So there's like nothing really there. So we want to get some shrubs maybe to put near that one so the birds have some place to land and stay safe from predators. Anywho, I think I've filibustered enough. I should probably get back to editing. So I'm going to unpause the timer, and I will see you all in 30. How'd we do? I have 10 minutes left to edit, though I think it's going to have to wait because I think I'm going to eat the next sprint because I'm very hungry. Very, very hungry. Hello, Sue. How are you today? Mary said hi to Sue. Sue also voted for Bird. Fennec says, fine, all you bird people. I stick with Valley. I'm reading Royally Drained by Fritzy Cox. No idea what the story is, but it's a fantasy. I am editing because we agreed in our conversation at the beginning of the sprints that me editing was the smartest thing I could do. The hair looks great, by the way. Sorry, I'm finally able now to sit down and pay attention. Everyone has been fed. Doggy's food prep is underway. Boiling lots of stuffing. You have 201 pages to read. Yep, that's how I read that. 102 pages to read. Thank you. I absolutely love how it came out and like having the buzzed bit in the back. Like, I love this. It turned out so nice. And it's a lot shorter, like, and more manageable. Although, there's still little bits of color in there. Just tiny bits. As I was editing, I was trying to figure out what books I wanted to read. Well, not read, but give as options for the Queer Book Club because I realized I accidentally read a couple that I had picked out. Oops. I was like, I should go remind myself what I had planned. And then I went, oh, well, it would have been helpful if I hadn't put them on my TBR. So now I'm like scrambling to find something that like works for the book club and is varied. Because like I can find a lot of books I maybe want to read, but as y'all know, I try to give options. What I try to do is I try to have at least one adult YA and middle grade option. And then I do try to make sure that if I can, that I'm pulling from like 4 different main genres so that everybody has like an option. There's some difference. We're not reading the same types of books every month. And so I can highlight 4 very different queer books. So it has been interesting because I have been trying to sort through that. And I want to do in the video both December or October and December's options so that everybody has plenty of time to get December's book. So that is currently where I'm at. So I was doing that during the next sprint, or the last sprint. I started sorting through stuff to get paperwork together, added 4 books to the on-haul pile. Nice. I am not planning on hauling anything right now. I'm happy with the books I have, but I also know you're trying to pare it down, and you are much more ruthless than me. I'm like, I like having books and options. Thank you. I think it came out really nice. I feel much better not having all of that hair to have to deal with. It was getting to be a lot. I know in the next space I'll be moving will be a lot smaller. I've been trying to figure out how to be able to keep all the bookshelves. Just figured out that I can fit 3 behind the couch. Wherever you can stick them. Well, I'm glad you wanted to read them and did. But yeah, I bet interesting to try not overlap. Yeah. Well, one of the things I have been doing when I planned this out months ago was trying to only pull books that I already owned and try to make it kind of coincide with some of my reading goals. So ebooks that I owned that were queer or physical books that I hauled. Well, not hauled this year because I've been trying not to pull any new releases because I know those can be a little bit harder to get your hands on from like a library. So it's been tricky. And then I accidentally read one of them, and one of the ones I didn't read is on my TBR for this month And I went, crap. So oopsies. You got to page 3. Looks like a princess witch with no magic, vampires, and werewolves. That sounds interesting. I mean, to me, that basic premise could be interesting. 44 pages, found the audio. Nice. I don't read books with werewolves, so I've been struggling to find one for her kid. I'll keep Royally Drained in mind if you end up liking it. Do you not like werewolves? Because, fun fact, I'll have to find it. One of the books I was looking at, as I was trying to find one, definitely was, I want to say, like a middle grade graphic novel, maybe, or like just an easy middle grade read that involved werewolves. I can't say that I'm somebody who gravitates towards werewolves, but I don't have any problems with them. I mean, there's always Twilight. Or hang on, where is it? This has werewolves. And I've loved that series. I mean, it definitely has some smutty scenes that I'm not a huge fan of, but I've enjoyed the series otherwise. My couch is really easy to move, and having hidden storage would be a bonus. That is a plus, for sure. It looks like a rom-com, will let you know. Hidden storage is definitely a bonus. It is. It's like I have the 2 bookcases that are on the wall by my bed, and it's hard to get to the bottom shelves, but I can still use the bottom shelves. I don't think I dislike them, but I just don't seem to ever pick up any that has one. Fair. Nope, not going back to Twilight. Also fair. I can say that this is one of, I'm like you, I don't dislike them. I'm not drawn to them, and a lot of them I feel like tend to be like the ones that I hear recommended with werewolves tend to be spicier romances. So I will at some point go back through and see if I can find let me see. If I go in my history, because I definitely think I opened it. There we go. This one. I'm going to send you a link on Discord. There we go. There we go. That is a middle grade book that has werewolves in it. Just to have as an option. Maybe it'll sound interesting because I did literally just come across one. I feel like there's another one. Hang on. I think I read a series that also involves werewolves. That's middle grade. Let me see. Is this a series I'm thinking of? This might be book 2. This is book 2. Storygraph, you're kicking my butt here with not. Sometimes Storygraph doesn't have series listed in a way where you can easily get to the first book when you've remembered the name of the second book. There we go. Here, I'm sending you a second one. This one I've read, and I gave the first one 4.25 stars, and I think I just looked at the second one. I think I gave the second one 4.5. So there's a couple of middle grade books for you, Omi. That's a good point. They do tend to be spicy, which might be why I wrote off bothering them. Which is why I'm like, here, these are 2 middle grade books. One series I've read, which I enjoy, and then the other one, which I haven't read, but it's middle grade. So I'm like fairly certain there's not going to be any spice in it. I just don't want to have to get rid of too many more books. But when I moved here, I added 2 tall and 2 short bookcases because I had a whole extra room that I won't have. Fair? And it doesn't help that me and Omi keep sending you books. Werewolves aren't my faves, but they don't bother me. Just not a fan of shifter romances. Mostly it's because of alpha male type stuff. Fair. Fair. I can totally understand that. It really does. For me, I don't think there's much I won't read. It just depends on how it's written. Bonus points for being queer up too. Thanks. You know me, I love me some queer books. That first one I sent, what do you think about that for the book club? As like an option. Since I did send it and you happen to be reading it. And since I haven't said the name, so although to be fair, there's not that many of you here, so I likely wouldn't be spoiling anything for anybody anyways. Anywho, we have been chatting for a bit and I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go make some dinner. So let me fix this because we're gonna have a hour sprint. So I have plenty of time to eat, and I'm gonna go make some dinner and I'll see you guys in an hour. How'd we do? I mainly ate in that sprint. I also got to hear about how my nephew and his wife and the two oldest and the baby were out at soccer. And the former youngest was with her other grandma and had to tell my mom just so many things. Very, very chatty. So I had to hear about that. She sounds very cute. And then I got back in here with 7 minutes left, so I was looking at the Queer Book Club options again. I'm willing to give it a shot, even in romance, if it's queer and an author I trust. I'm much more likely to read something if it's queer, than if it's not and you're talking about things out of my comfort zone. I have been finding a lot of queer romances that just sound interesting, and I'm more likely to take a chance on them because they're queer. You think it would be a good option and nice? It seems to be a standalone too. Yeah, that was what I was thinking. So I have penciled that one in, and now I'm looking at the mess of stuff I have here and going, where do I want to go from here? Which of these do I want to use? I have all of these options now, and it's Shrug. Finally back, tried filming, program kept crashing, ate dinner, gave up on video for today, but I have a book to read. Well, I'm sorry that the filming did not go according to plan. That is always frustrating. I ate dinner during that sprint as well, and I'm not reading yet, but I will be. I should be able to finish editing my video in the next sprint, so then I can spend the rest of the night reading. Or working on Phase Out, so that I can film that. Because until I get everything squared away on there, I can't film. Or like I said, looking at the Queer Book Club, so I can film that. Because right now, I don't know. I also have to be careful because a couple of the books I'm looking at are by the same author, and I don't want to use the same author twice in back-to-back months. I don't mind using the same author twice, but I don't want to use them like I said, especially in the same month, which would be really easy to do if they write more than one genre. You made dinner and read 30 pages so far. It's a cute book, but a little spicy. I would like to see one thing I am loving is seeing more content warnings and author's notes, giving you those content warnings right at the beginning of the book so you know what is coming and how to be prepared for that. But also, I think there needs to be a scale of some sort to help people decide whether a book is for them or not, because I think having a spice rating of some sort would be beneficial, because there are people who prefer it and there are people who don't. And then there are people who are a bit of mood readers who sometimes want it, sometimes don't. And I think that would be so much more helpful to have that somehow be designated. Because then people can make informed decisions about whether a book is for them or not. Because I always feel bad when I go into a book. I just recently read one. It'll be in next week's vlog. Well, last week's vlog. Where I talk about the fact that, I didn't realize the book I was reading wasn't YA until all of a sudden I was bombarded with spicy scenes. And I went, what just happened? It's not YA. I double checked. It's not YA. But man, I'm not I wasn't expecting it, especially considering the first part of the book before we got to the spicy scenes felt like it was written in a YA style. Read 28 pages. Hang on. There we go. Got a cup of tea. Found some good ambiance music to help me focus reading. I can't do music. I don't know if you can hear the ambience I have on. But I can't do music. It's got to be like just general like nature sounds. And not thunderstorms, because thunderstorms give me anxiety. I get distracted looking at books online while trying to decide what I want to eat. I've done a bit of that too. Like that is something I'm being distracted by, because I'm trying to go, okay, well, there's nothing on my TBR pile on Storygraph that fits what I'm looking for. So what else is out there that falls into this? Like I've got certain genres, so now I'm looking into the other genres to try to give options, and it's not working well. So I keep moving things around. It's been interesting. Spicy 33 pages in. LOL. Well, that's a very early in the book. I'll be honest, it's not spicy to me, but the language isn't something not everyone would like. Yeah. I totally feel that. I know there's some people who don't like swearing in their books, and I'm like, I don't care. I mean, I wouldn't want it to be every other word, but if there's some swearing in there, I don't mind that. But I know some people who don't want to read that in their books. And so, again, it's an interesting balance of how much do you let the readers know going into things? Before you start to get into spoiler territory where you've given away so much of the book that it's like, what is the point of reading it? Because you already know all of the things that are going to happen. And if we're putting notes about every little thing that could possibly potentially be triggering, how, again, when does it become too much? When I was new to romantasy, I didn't know a lot of them were spicy. My first one surprised the bejesus out of me. Fair. I am like, for me, it is really hard for me to tell if a book is romantasy or like a fantasy with a romance subplot or romance with a fantasy subplot. Like, I really, really struggle with that because, like, for instance, at least one of the books I have marked as fantasy and romance. However, because that's the way it is, like, listed online, and I'm like trying to figure out whether it is a romantasy or whether, like I said, it is a fantasy with a romance subplot or a romance with a fantasy subplot. And then I break my brain because a fantasy that might have a romance subplot is very different to a romantasy. And if it's a romantasy, then I don't mind as much doing a fantasy that doesn't have any romance in it. Like if I did a middle grade fantasy and an adult fantasy that has a lot of romance in it that might borderline or be romantasy, it feels like two different genres, but I can't know that going into it unless it's marked that way. It is very fair. Like, again, everybody has their own opinions on books. So I like that, like, you're saying it's technically a spicy scene, but it's not really spicy to you, but you know some people wouldn't be comfortable with it. I didn't realize romantasy was not same as epic fantasy. Oh, I did. But it could be because I've read a lot of, well, not a lot, but I've either read and or I was watching a lot of people talk about epic fantasy. So I knew that in a lot of epic fantasies, the romance really wasn't a focus. Although I do think it's interesting that I cannot handle reading horror or anything like that, but there is a lot of times some really gory scenes in epic fantasies, and I handle those just fine. I should probably fix the timer because I'm procrastinating on editing again. And because this queer book club thing is a quagmire that I'm trying to figure out. And I just keep staring at it and going, I'm only one person. And my brain feels like it's going to break because I can't get this to work. Every time I'm like, yes, I found a book. It's perfect. Oh, wait, no, that won't work. I have to move this and that and the other. And and then I'm sitting out there while I was eating going, you know, it might be fun to do like a nonfiction book club. I like to read nonfiction. And this would open us up to like different options. And like I could read nonfiction with people and see what they think and have discussions. And I was kind of inspired by Text and their Beaverland book club, and I was like, that could be really fun. And then I was like, Chris, why are you thinking about this? It's hard enough to run one book club, let alone more than one by yourself. You understand now and see the difference. Oh, I definitely have figured that out. I think there is a discussion to be had, and like Becca did that whole like video series on reading the romantasy books and what is a romantasy. And so I think there's starting to be conversations in the online community about what makes a book a romantasy as opposed to a fantasy with a romance subplot. So I think that is interesting, and we'll start to see that become like its own separate category. And I think it's, let me see, hang on. I just want to double check here. I don't know if it's posted yet or if it's still in a Patreon exclusive thing. So we're double checking here. Yes. Leandra's got a video where she answers like viewer questions, and the title, there we go. The title of the video is, should romantasy be considered its own genre? And I thought that there was a really interesting discussion around that and around cozy when it comes to romantasy, and how does cozy fit into that, and whether it could still be a romantasy if it's cozy. And I just thought that she had a really interesting viewpoint and discussion on that in her video. This is silly fantasy. The cursed princess drives a car, but seems a Snow White / Cinderella with castles and cottages. Interesting. That seems very interesting. Like you're making it sound very, very interesting. Ooh, we could do a queer nonfiction choice for the book club. Do you mean for the queer book club, or do you mean like we could make all of our nonfiction book club options queer, or we could make sure that at least one of the options for this nonfiction book club that we're now doing queer? You're going to have to give me more details on this, Omi. My brain is very, very tired. Anywho, I'm going to stop procrastinating. So we're going to kick off the sprint, and I will see you all in half an hour. How do we do? I finished editing my vlog and I picked up a graphic novel. I wasn't sure which audiobook I wanted to read, so I just said, screw it, and picked up a graphic novel. This book is getting more interesting by the moment. I think you're talking about Sue's book and not one you're reading. Yeah, for the existing club, you can do a nonfiction option. I have popped a nonfiction option in. I just don't know whether I'm going to do it for October or December. I got to keep playing with them. Going to relax. Thanks for the sprints. Well, thank you for joining us, Nicole. And both Sue and Phoenix have said goodbye to Nicole. 50 pages in, lots of innuendo. They use the F word a lot. Everything is very closed door otherwise and still cute. Nice. I like closed door. And the F word does not bother me. I don't use it very often on sprints, but it is very common in real life. I'm seriously stuck on deciding what to have for dinner, mostly because I didn't feel like making anything. I had chicken nuggets and fast food fries, like in the air fryer. I just had tater tots and a beer. First beer I've had this year. I've never had a beer, nor do I have any desire to have a beer. I can't even be around beer. The smell is But I hope you enjoyed it. Wahoo for finishing editing. Yes, I'm so happy. That means the only vlog I have left to edit is last week's, and we're only 2 days into this week, which means I have all week to edit that. We'll see if I actually succeed. I had little mini tater tots yesterday in the air fryer, and they were really good. Beer, not so much, rather hard cider. Never had that either, but I was never into cider, so probably not to my taste. The only bit of alcohol that I ever really had that I enjoyed was wine coolers. I think they were like strawberry daiquiri flavored or something like that. They were like my mom said they were really sweet, which was probably why I enjoyed them, but I stopped drinking those years and years and years ago. I followed. I did assume that you know, that you hadn't switched from beer to bear. Although if you had your first bear this year, that would be very interesting. Good graphic novel pick. I wonder where I got it from, Omi. I don't know. Did I put the other? No, I think the other one's in the hallway. Maybe not. Let me see. What book is this one? No. The other one's in the hallway. I've got both of the ones you suggested. I requested them both, so I was sure to get at least one. LOL, I hadn't noticed the bear mix-up, and now I'm giggling. It is funnier when you think that Sue had their first bear of the year. 18 pages, and dog got her meds and went out. Nice. Seems like we're all fans of tater tots here. You like beer, but I don't drink often. I haven't had a drink since like my mid-20s. And like I said, I only ever had really a couple of wine coolers. My dad is an alcoholic. He hasn't had a drink in over a decade, but I grew up with him. And so I just, and alcoholism runs in my family. So I was always very, very wary around alcohol anyways. And he used to drink Budweiser. So the smell of that, no. I remember one time, it had been years since he drank, and we were dropping off bottles at like at a recycling place, and I went to drop because like we have in New York this thing called Clink, and you get these bags and you fill the bags up and you put them in the bin, and then they'll send them off and you'll have money in your Clink account. And I opened the door one day to where you drop off your bags, and it smelled like big beer, and I struggled badly, so I don't have any desire to be around it. None. Hang on. Let's see. I might have some tomorrow with my egg. I'm going to assume you mean tater tots and not beer. I need to get tater tots next time I shop. Definitely add it to your list. LOL, sounds like the Seagram's strawberry daiquiri. I had some recently at a 21st birthday party. Seagram sounds right as a brand, but I can't be sure because, like I said, it's been well over a decade since I've drank. I don't drink alcohol either. I had some on my 21st and didn't like the taste or how I felt. I was drinking before that. My parents would let me have, like I said, a wine cooler if, like, on like New Year's or something. Once I turned 18. For my 21st birthday, I went out and got something at a restaurant when I could finally drink, and it was disgusting, and I didn't end up drinking it because I didn't like it. Like I said, it's never really interested me. And as for how it made me feel, by the end of the first wine cooler, I was very aware of my eyeballs in a way that I'm not usually aware of my eyeballs. And I was very tired. Drinking made me tired. And I wasn't even like, I mean, the amount of alcohol in wine coolers is teeny, teeny, tiny. So I wasn't even getting anywhere near, and yet, but I definitely haven't, I definitely haven't had any since my dad stopped drinking because we just do not have it in the house to make it a little bit easier for him. And me and my mom weren't big drinkers anyway. Like I said, I was like, I had them for like, maybe my birthday, New Year's. Otherwise, I wasn't somebody that drank much anyways. Specifically after having a beer. Oh, we're all doing it now. I don't know where you got it from. No, couldn't possibly have any idea where I could have gotten that recommendation from. LOL, beer with breakfast for a non-drinker. That is interesting. They do whole bags. I like that. I have to stand at the machine and individually put them in, which I don't like doing. So I have a big bag that needs to be deposited. Yeah, you create a Clink account, and then there are these green bags at the register that say Clink, and you fill up the bag, and they have like a kiosk inside the grocery store, and you scan your card, enter in your PIN, because they mail you like a card, and you can get stickers that are printed out with like a bar scanner thing on it. You slap those on the bag, and then you send the bag back. The bag is also recyclable. You can even leave the caps on because they can recycle those. And then money gets put in your Clink account, and you can go against that little kiosk and get a little ticket from the kiosk that you bring to the cashier, and there you go. I love it. Absolutely love it. It's made life a lot easier. Yes, tater tots. I found most but NTO alcohol disgusting. Most but not all, maybe? I understand I used to drink more, but my late husband was a bit of a drunk, and I felt I needed to be sober. Then you definitely know what it's like to be around somebody who's indulged a little too much and how that can kind of turn you off to it. I followed you. Took me a second. Yeah, non-drinker having a beer with breakfast. That would be interesting. Grumble, hungry but don't feel like making anything. What about a brownie? I wish we had the Clink thing here. I think it's just New York and Maine. I don't want to go to login. Trying to remember. Maine, New York, and Connecticut. So it's only in 3 states. The way it works in New York is so much better than it was in I'm going to assume is Oregon. And I don't even have access where I am in New Mexico. Is this still like bottle returns? That sounds great. We don't even have the machines. We did, but half the time they were busted anyways. We often just tossed our bags into like the Boy Scouts had collections, so we'd often that's what we did before Clink, and now we just run it through Clink. I thought of a brownie, but I want something savory, not sweet right now. That's fair. I can understand that. Do you have anything you can pop in the microwave? That's a good question. Is there anything you can make easy, like a brownie, that would hit the spot that you're looking for? Anywho, I'm going to go back to my graphic novel. So let's unpause the timer, and I will see you in 30. How'd we do? I'm almost done with my graphic novel, so I'll finish that in the next sprint and then move on to one of my audiobooks. I'm enjoying it. Very good rec. Omi. I was a little concerned in the beginning, but once I got into it, I started to really enjoy it. If there's bottle returns, they are on the other side of the state. I've never had that problem. I've always had places where I could bring bottles back. But I'm guessing that's not as common everywhere. Ended up making chili cheese fries, a few more steps than just microwaving something. And it took longer, but not much more effort was needed, and it's more filling than other options. Well, I'm glad you found something that hit the spot and wasn't too hard on the spoons. I think we'll do 2 more sprints. The kitties are all sleeping and I'm jealous. They all look so comfy and cozy. Very, very cute. They're not going to be happy when I switch over there from when I listen to my audiobook. I think I'm going to go back to Nosy Neighbors. I was listening to this earlier, so this is not an accurate spot. This is what I listened to last night, so I won't be able to finish this tonight, but I could get a chunk into it. 22 pages read, 35 pages left to go. Nice. You should finish that in the next 2 sprints. Yep, rough start to the day, sucked up lots of spoons. That'll do it. That'll definitely do it. On page 66, still good and still only innuendos. Nice. You're making some decent progress tonight, Sue. I have no idea what page I'm on. This graphic novel does not have page numbers, which means I'll be counting later because I'm like super strict about that. So I'll go 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 until I get the page count. It's a pet peeve of mine that not all graphic novels, mangas, comics, etc. have page numbers in them. And I like to know how many pages I've read. Yes, it takes getting past first bit, but I overall thought it ended up well. It's a little strange at the start because there's a lot going on that you don't know. So you're catching up with what's actually going on. There's nothing I'm currently reading that would work for me with sprints. I need to focus, and being interrupted would mess me up. Fair. I've just decided to read. I know I should be working on Phase Out, but I added some stuff to it last night before bed. This summer, not having spoons to do the stuff I knew I needed to do has not helped me. Yeah, I'm going to need to read Sue's book. It's going on the TBR. It'll be interesting to see what you think of it, Omi. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a future recommendation or a future friend pick. I'm really, really jonesing to get back to my book because we're getting to the end where everything's kind of tying up. I want to know what happens. You need some reading time and taking it easy. I mean, I have been sort of this month. I don't want to get to the point where at the end, the end of the week, because I really need to get it out this weekend, where I have to forgo all reading just to focus on doing stuff that I could have done in bits and pieces throughout the week. Although Omi's been a really, really big help, reading things over and kind of proofreading things for me and making sure everything makes sense. So that has been helpful. Always good to have a second set of eyes. Okay, I'm going to go finish my book. I will see you all in 30. How'd we do? I got to page 167. Like I said, I'm not finishing this tonight, but I won't have a lot left. So there is that. I'm like trying to do mental math. I'm under 2 hours left in my audiobook. Hello, Kay. How are you doing today? And from Kay, remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. I love your little hype messages. Royally Drained by Fritzy Cox. It says it's the VILF book 1. Seriously, Omi, you'll have to let me know. We have similar reading tastes, so you are welcome. I'm enjoying it so far. It's cute. It's always good to know. Finished eating while watching The Sims. James? Were you watching James? I'm partway through his video from today. I didn't watch I didn't really watch his last series, but I'm into this one with the new fairy pack. And what he's trying to do with like the three sisters. I really like the three brothers one, so I'm hoping the three sisters one will click with me. Did not get much reading done, but all pets set for the night. Should be able to finish next sprint. Nice. And it'll be the last sprint, so hopefully that'll work out for you. I will not be finishing this tonight. Even if I were to forgo sprints and just listen, I have more than an hour and a half left. Feeling a wee bit tired and sleepy today. I actually had a good day. It was nice. I have felt most of like sleepy and tired for most of the summer between my allergies and the heat. So it was nice to not feel tired all day. Yep, I'm partway through myself. I like this more than most of the Bell Wallet ones. I think I like this one because we're focusing on 3 different people and 3 different stories and how they kind of interact. And so I think that makes it a little bit more interesting because he's taking bits and pieces from like different packs. I'm trying to think. For Rent was so buggy that I wasn't, super into that one. And like you're either going to click with whatever it is James wants to do or you're not. Although that goes for pretty much any Sims creator of you either click with the story they're going to tell or you don't. Got to page 79, a little past 50%. Werewolves mentioned, but no sighting of them yet. It's not a super long book then either. My day improved. Sprints help. Well, I'm very happy to hear that, Phoenix. Reminding chat reminds me to do the same. Well, it's a very good reminder. It reminds me, as I was looking around because I was going to take some water that I need to go get some. I don't have any in my room right now. It is a good reminder. Oh. I usually lose interest before he finishes the series, but I do tend to enjoy the start of them. That's kind of how I am. I think once he gets a little bit too successful, then I start to lose interest. I like the early days where he's really got to grind to get anything done. But again, I think it also depends on, the stories he tells. I haven't watched a Sims video in a long time. No time. Very confused by the end of that sentence. I watch some videos all the time because I watch Little Simsy. Let's toss this banner up. Okay, last sprint. I will see you all in 30. How'd we do? I got chapter 32, and I'm leaving off at, like, a bad spot to be leaving off. Like, dang. Really enjoying this one. Yeah, I know I got up bugs. I'm sorry. He looking at me. Watching Sims is one of the few ways my brain actually turns off for a little bit when it doesn't annoy me too much. I have lots of things that do that. I really like watching Blood on the Clocktower. But I cycle through watching player perspectives versus storyteller perspectives. And sometimes my brain wants one, and sometimes my brain wants others. You can't stand Little Simsy, as you know. Yes, I do. She just doesn't click with you. Although she does amazing things for the community. I believe I sent you all updates about the fact that she raised with her community $1 million for St. Jude's in May, which is just mind-blowing. That's me when playing Sims. Once mine get too successful, I get bored with them. Yep, success is boring in The Sims. It really is. If I don't play Sims 4, I don't play Sims 4 if I play it Sims 3 or maybe 2. I definitely couldn't play 2, and I think I would struggle with 3 because of the graphics. I think it would make me very ill. Haven't checked to see if I can get 1 to run on the new computer. I definitely couldn't play 1. I believe the last time I tried to watch somebody play The Sims 2, whether it was like James or Simsy or whoever, I was getting sick. So I don't know if I could do 3, but I tend to stick with like the new stuff. And I had I put Sims on this computer when I first got it, and then I had the blue screen of Doom, which Simsy was getting at the time too, so it might have been just a Sims glitch at the time. But I had never had that before, and I haven't had it since I took Sims off of my computer. So it's one of those things where I'm like, I miss playing The Sims, but I'm not going to risk my computer just to play The Sims. It's like 160 pages if you count the author stuff. I'm reading an ebook. Gotcha. Looking into different TTRPGs, tabletop role-playing games. I was never into role-playing games. I don't really understand them. And yet I have a series that is literally like a Dungeons and Dragons inspired series, which is like the, I think, most famous. Unless that's a completely different kind of game. What I know about that kind of stuff wouldn't fill a thimble. You have 2 pages left, so definitely can finish tonight. Mute me and finish it. You're on page 96. You should finish tonight. Nice. And Sue said, good for you, Omi. And Omi said, thanks, you too, Sue. Sims 4 is really buggy, so not surprised blue screen of Doom. I mean, yes. That is another issue I have with The Sims 4 is like just the amount of issues and the fact that they just keep releasing packs and not fixing the issues, which is another reason I'm not like chomping at the bit to find it and reinstall it and try it again, because I'm like, I know there are just so many issues and it's just not worth it. Sue said, thank you. Yeah, D&D is the old school, most famous. Okay. I was pretty sure that was where, like, I was on the right track with that. Again, what I know about that stuff wouldn't fill a thimble. Well, you can chat after you finish your 2 pages. You're looking into smaller indie games. Like I said, never really been my thing. Like, making a character for Aurelium was hard enough. I'm changing back my ambiance. It ended while I was across the room.
Don't trust your shirts.
Oh, good. Ads. And paused itself and it was like, are you still here? So I need to turn my ambiance back on. Ain't nobody need to hear Fox News. Would help if I was hitting the mute button. There we go. I won't support E at all, especially not The Sims. They are horrible. I don't know really anything about them because I'm not really into video games. The only thing I know is they create The Sims and I watch Sims videos. Yeah, my excitement over buying packs has fallen off given how buggy things are and they aren't fixing them. They're on the money train. Yep. It's really annoying. I do like that they have started to work with like creators. And that they're tapping creators because their builds and their like cast options always and like the packs they create, they're just always so much better because these people know what it is that the community is actually looking for. And I feel like EA sometimes thinks they do, and the Sims teams thinks they do, and they just seem to miss the mark a lot of times. I used to know people who worked for EA, not good employers. I could see why that would sour you. I don't even know the last pack I bought for The Sims. I think I might have Horse Ranch. Maybe. But it's been a very, very long, like that's the era. Like, I definitely don't have anything after Horse Ranch. If I even have that. Yeah, the modders make better stuff and fix their bugs. They do. I never got really into that. That was, especially considering I struggled to run the game as it was, let alone without adding in mods and stuff. I actually quit being into The Sims during Sims 3. I liked it when it was actually Maxis, and at least Raxus wasn't as bad. See, I don't even know when the switch actually happened or anything about that. The Sims wouldn't even really be a thing if it weren't for modders and CC creators at this point. I think a lot of people use some sort of, like, even just MC Command Center. Like, Simsy doesn't use CC. But, and I would consider her to be one of the, like, bigger Sims creators. And she doesn't use CC in her games, but she uses MC Command Center for sure. And I just feel like that MC Command Center is one of those that, like, it makes the game playable. And then, like, they just introduced, in the new update, the ability to make it so that you don't have to load all your packs. So if you are having problems running, you can pick the packs you want to do, or if you wanted to do like a limited build, you could uninstall the packs, and it like broke her game, and she was terrified that she completely screwed it up, and basically told us not to do it that way, that she wasn't planning on doing it that way, and helpfully referred us to James Turner's website where he has it so that you can easily copy and paste the codes you need to not install things or whatever, because she says it's a much safer way of doing it, and James has it so that you can literally select things and make it really, really easy, and to just use James until they work out the bug, though she doesn't plan to ever test that again. And Maxis Fraxis. I just found all my Sims 2 discs and some of the actual guides. LOL, I can't find my Sims 1. I did not have... See, my problem is that I didn't start playing The Sims on my computer until Sims 3. I played Sims 2 on my PlayStation. And I did not like Sims on the computer because The Sims 2 on PlayStation was very, very different. Like The Sims 3 is, well, The Sims on the computer compared to the way it was built on the consoles back then, anyways, were boring. It was like you build a sim and you can be your sim self and you can do whatever you want and you can go here and there. Whereas The Sims 2 on like console, you had to pick a storyline. Like you could make your sim, but you had to play the storyline and you had these goals and challenges and they were really hard. And I really liked that bit. I like The Sims more now because of the fact that you have things like, rags to riches or the very berry challenge. Like people have made these challenges so you can kind of create your own challenge. And then I like being able to do that because that gives me something to work towards and some direction, and I don't just usually like just free playing unless it's like with a brand new pack and I'm like trying out all the features. The mods are needed for it to run well. CC is more so people can not have to have every pack. It's easy for Lil Simsy to not need CC, being she has all the packs and hasn't had to pay over $1,000 for it. To be fair, I'm almost positive she pays for the packs even though they'll give her codes. Just to be fair to her, because she doesn't usually wait around for the codes to make her videos. So I'm almost positive she pays for the packs. And again, to be fair to Simsy here, she bought a boatload of giveaway codes during the like event she did in June or May for St. Jude's. So I'm almost positive that she's at least the creator kits and stuff, and she always makes sure to let everybody know about like the creator codes and the commissions and stuff like that. I use MC Command and UI Cheats extension. I had only just gotten into that when my whatever computer I was using died, and then I hadn't been able to play it since. Of course, James Turner's is better. Also been out a lot longer. EA, the company with all the money, fixed their sheet. No. Yeah, it is. It is really, really sad when it's like modders are fixing things and like the updates go through and it breaks the mods that are created, and the modders within, sometimes hours have figured out how the new game has broken their mod, fixed it, and updated it so that everybody can keep playing. And EA, with all of these people, can't seem to fix their games. I had computer and console sim games, including spinoffs. Well, then you know what I mean about the difference between the way like Sims 2 was on the computer versus the way it was on the console. I had all the Sims games and expansions prior to Sims 3. It was a special interest. People's impulse to defend Little Simsy is crazy. I wasn't like trying to defend her and being like she's the best person ever or whatever. I was just saying that I know for a fact because I watch Simsy. I know you don't, but I watch Simsy. And I know that she often buys packs before they give her the codes because she wants to get the content out and does giveaways and has, tries to give us reviews so we know what packs we want to buy and what we don't. And again, she raised $1 million for St. Jude's, and I will not, I will never not give her props for that because that's just an insane amount of money for such a good cause. I know you don't like her. She's one of the few I can consistently watch all the time. The only ones I really watch these days are her and James is very hit or miss for me. And that is what I was waiting for. We were still sprinting because I was waiting for you to finish your book. I agree with this. She will outright say when something is broken, when something doesn't work. when she thinks it's ridiculous. She very much tries to give you a look at the pack and help you determine whether it is something that you want to buy. I think she does really good overviews, and she will absolutely say when she thinks something is not worth the money, or when something is broken and needs to be fixed. I have noticed that. I'll watch hers and James's reviews because they have slightly different perspectives. Although neither one of them seems to care about Create a Sim, so it is a lot harder getting a fair-ish judgment on Create a Sim because neither one of them is super into creating Sims. They're much more into the build aspect. Which, like, if you're not into Create a Sim, I totally understand why you're not buying the, like, Create a Sim packs. And Sue said, good going, Omi. Anywho, I should probably wrap up. I have, like, spreadsheets I need to update, and I want to know what's going to happen next in my book because I left in a very inconvenient spot to have to leave. So, thank you all for joining me. I don't think I'll be back here tomorrow because I have Dynamite, so I don't usually sprint on Wednesdays, but who knows? The moon may strike me. Keep an eye on Discord, as I will let you all know in there if I do decide to sprint. But thanks everyone for joining me, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening, and I'll see you